Hello. Happy Wednesday. We're back in Shapes. We missed this last week. I skipped last Wednesday's stream because I had a migraine, and I did not want to try to play this game with a migraine. So I'm gonna have to try to refresh my memory on where we are at with things. I think what I want to say is that we've got a couple of research shapes that are running. We've got, I think these quarter watermelons are done. We just finished them. 1 second. Let me check the jobs here. Yeah, slicing a watermelon is done. We finished that. Okay. And this is also, yeah, this one we're sending, that's this shape. So that should start to get deliveries. These other two are going on, I think over here is where I'm making those. Yes. Okay. And we just had one of these pop and change. So I need to be painting the semicircles red for mushroom. Yes. And then layering on another semicircle and then also painting that red. Okay. We can do that. Let's get ourselves a paint extractor then. And is the closest red going to be this one? It's going to be this one, unfortunately. Sorry, I'm just jumping right in here. Let's see. Painting should be... This is a painter, right? That brings in... Yeah. Yeah. So the question is, where do I want to paint this? I think... I mean, we can do it close in down here, probably. We just have to know that we're going to be sending in additional bits and pieces. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do the painting here. Is it right click? Yeah, okay. Oh, and this was doing something, wasn't it? Okay. Yeah, we're coming in on floor 3 here. Is this sending out on floor 3? No, this sends out on floor 2. Floor 1 and floor 2? What did I do? How did this work? Floor 2 for sure. Okay. Oh, yeah. No, sorry. This is coming in on floor 2. That's my bad. That's floor 2. That's floor 3. Okay. So yeah, it's coming in on floor 2, which means that we're going to want to keep coming out on floor 2. That just means we're going to have to make some adjustments to some of our stuff. Yeah, these come out on floor 1. They get cut. Right, and then I've got this, which is discarding from floor 1. What's the shortcut to hide? Sorry, I'm never going to remember all the keyboard shortcuts. There is one that hides the levels V. There we go. Yeah. So floor 1 gets dumped. So we're dumping half of the thingies here. And then passing through the other half. Okay. And then we bring it down here, back to this thing. But this painter actually wants floor 1. How do I want to do this? I might have a floor shifter around. Did I put any of those in my blueprint library? Stack level 1 to level 1. No. Color extractor, cut east. No. None of these are what I would want. So if I do have a floor shifter... Oh, and I do... Oh no, that's not a floor shifter. That's doing something weirder. This is a dump floor 2 and keep floor 1, which is also kind of maybe sort of what I want. Let's think about the shape like longer term though. If we're looking at the jobs, we are ultimately going to need both halves of the shape. So I think I want to do this. Right? And we want to bring in both halves. And yes, we're going to have to rotate the ones that are on the bottom floor, but that's fine. So the ones that are on the bottom need to be rotated. So do I have a rotator that I can just use, or do I have to make one? This is doing funny stuff. I think this is just a rotator. All right, so floor 1 is going to come in here. It's going to get rotated, painted, although these are probably only 90-degree rotators, not 180 degrees. So let's make sure we have the right... Okay. So yeah, through here. One second. What's going on with the jobs? That one is done. Good. Oh, I missed job number 9 here. This alternating parts job. And then this one is... Oh, that's an operator. Okay, that's fine. Have I even started looking at the milestone yet? I have not even started looking at the milestone yet. That is also fine. We will deal with that in a minute. Okay, so here... If we take off the things from the bottom floor, flip them 180, because we know the middle floor was the right orientation, and then we can paint them red. And then... For now, the middle floor needs to get dumped. I don't love this. I don't love this mostly because, like, I don't have, like, a good control over the routing when I share these on a belt like this. Like, yes, we're pushing out... I mean, I guess we just push the middle floor ones through, but then I have to, like, deal with painting them eventually. So, like, right now I can push the middle floor ones all the way across, and I can just, like, dump, well, really just dump them right now. They need to be dumped. They're going to come in and they're going to get painted red right now. And then I need to lift the bottom floor up to the middle floor, and we need to discard the middle floor. But we also right now need to be thinking about the next step, which is going to be another painter. And maybe I make like a middle floor painter. Because I think I can take all of this and basically lift it up to floor 2. Because this only uses 2 levels of the platform. And then we would be able to paint the other half and then have them both go out to a stacker, right? And I believe I have just a normal... oh, well, it's this, right? This thing takes 2 tiers and stacks them. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's just pass through the middle floor then. This is gonna have to change to, let's see. I think we just have to like go over, up, over, down. I think that's the only way that's gonna work. And then we hope that when we copy and paste this to all of the other locations, it's not breaking any pipes. But it looks like it is the same for all of those, so that should be fine. Okay, so now we're passing floor 2 across. We're painting floor 1 red once we hook up the paint, and passing floor 2 across. Now... this is going to need to become a stacker, but at the moment, it is not. At the moment, we are passing floor 1 across and voiding floor 2. And where's the trash? And again, this is going to be a stacker eventually. But right now, we're just outputting floor 1. Except floor 1 needs to be output onto floor 2 so that it can merge with everything else. What a mess. I probably could be smarter about this and be trying to design this into, like, multiple modules that do different things, but I really need, I think, the, like, larger platform sizes if I want to be bringing in, you know, 2 floors of a belt and splitting that into its top half and its bottom half. Then I need, you know, at least 12 inputs and outputs. But I just don't have that without bigger platforms. Anywho, let's get the red pipe hooked up. That needs to happen here. So that'll be... Ooh, let's actually not. Let's do... Oh, whoops, wrong thing. Number 2, thank you. Like that. Honestly, like that is even better. Yeah. That way I can pull the belt out, actually like this. So this should, now that it is dumping the top half parts, the bottom halves will get painted red and then will be passed on through. The next upgrade to this is to replace this piece here that dumps the top half with, I think, my standard stacker module, maybe modified so that it, you know, outputs on the top instead of the bottom. Yeah, because the stackers, well, that's not a standard stacker module. Wherever I have a standard stacker, here, they output on level 1, so I need to update that to output on level 2, because we do still need level 2 here. And then the third upgrade is more painting and some other shenanigans, but... Alright. So I think that part is going to be good. The other one that we're running here is... Oh, claim that one too. This one, green and blue checker. So where we currently have gray circles, they need to become blue circles. All right, where are we doing that stacking? That looks like here. That looks like here. Is this already doing a thing where we dump? Yeah, well, sort of. I was going to say, yes, we're doing a thing where we dump half of it, but I don't think we're doing that in a productive way. Might be easier to not even pull out the other half of this. Ugh, gross. Well, we'll have to think about that. For now, these just have to get painted blue. Do I just do that right here? Yes, I do. Okay, that should get that one going. Or something resembling that one going. Do we have red coming in here yet? We do. Yeah, these are just starting to enable. So we should see this starting to look like a full belt very shortly. Yes. Cool. And that means that our output of this is going to start to be half and half red. Cool. Just barely, but that is the piece we want. So perfect. I'm happy with that. How am I doing on money? I have a lot of money. All of the... mean, I guess I just want all the other platforms, right? The platforms are really... And more than one kind of train. I feel like I should just start grabbing all of the train logistics. A bunch of this is relatively inexpensive. All right, let's start figuring out the milestone operator part. All right, and then what do we have coming up as far as game mechanics? So we've got pins coming up. We've got color mixing, third space level, crystals. I have no idea what that is. All right, and then it's just getting weird. Okay. I guess the question that I'm really asking myself is, like, how far do I need to go into this mode before I try the other mode? Like, when do I have enough of the mechanics under my belt? But we'll just keep pushing. Let's see if we can find... I'm hopeful that down here I have what I need for the parts of this shape for final delivery. Certainly looks like it. I see some stuff. The bigger question, though, is right now we've already got 2 things coming onto the trains. So I might have to turn off one of these operator shapes. Well, I guess no, technically. So, like, the 2 milestone shapes are 2 shapes, and then they combine, and then it's 1 shape. So I could just do this one, and then this one and this one, and then combine them. Rather than trying to do them in parallel. The other thing to do, of course, would be to add another train car, and then I can send 6 shapes from down here instead of just 3. But that's... I mean, it's actually not a huge refactor, is it? Well, the bigger problem with that is getting things off, right? Because if we have 3 shapes from here and 3 from here, and I only have so many ways to get to get shapes into this platform. Manufacture mode starts without pins, crystals, or color mixing, but it requires being mostly comfortable with space belts. You could start it now, but I also wouldn't say it's better. Yeah. Mostly it's different. I crave new experiences, as always. Now, let's keep pushing on this. I feel like I am vaguely comfortable with space logistics at this point, but we can, I think this shape is exactly what I'm making from... Where is it? I'm lost. From here, right? We're taking... Yes, this is taking 2 floors of these shapes and turning them into 1 floor of 50/50. That is exactly what I need. So that is this whole thing here. Right down here. And that needs a mine. And then this is also going to need to get painted. So let me find that. Painter. What is happening on this? Why do I have a... I don't know what this platform is doing. I must have had a plan for it in the other design. I don't remember. Let's see. It looks pretty. It always looks pretty. This game is gorgeous. Yeah, I don't remember why I have this spacer here. It must have had something to do with using it as a stacker. Or maybe I thought I was going to swap this out with... Oh, maybe I thought I was going to paint these at this point. Oh, it's anti... I don't know about that. We're... There's some spaghetti hiding in this base. We don't talk about this corner. But I think being unafraid to spread out helps with the spaghetti a little bit, although it does increase latency rather substantially. All right, I need to get moving on the next real shapes. So we've got, yeah, these are going to be these quarter pieces. So I just need to paint them red. And in fact, I can prep to also, what? Oh, of course, that's where the paint comes in. Duh. Here, let's prep another patch of this. Because shapes are free, so it doesn't really matter if I do them 2 in a row. All right, one of these needs to be red, one of these needs to be green. I need to figure out the rotation with them. I think one of them just doesn't need this rotation step at all. Because I think this rotation step was just... This is classic mode, yes. So those are going to be a layer up. That's fine. Okay. So then let's get our red. So these ones are going to be red when they make their way through. These ones are going to end up being green, which we don't need yet. That's the second part of this. So for now, the red ones just need to get shipped up here. And yeah, I really should be using more modules like this instead of going in and customizing things, because I move a lot more quickly if I do that. So let's do that. Let's grab a module here all the way up to floor 3. Okay. Okay, yeah, the red ink is just being slow. That's fine. And then the output of this will come right up to here, actually, is fine. And that'll end up being the third input to this machine. All right. And then when that's ready to add the green, we just grab, well, we need to shuffle around which floor things are on and get them merged, but that's not a big deal. And then, again, shift it all up to floor 3. So, back to the mushroom. Right. This is actually really easy right now, because we just take this, and we need to drop a stacker on that, so that instead of discarding the second floor, we just stack the first and second floors. And that should give us the correct top half for this mushroom. Yes. And then the final step of that, when we need the last piece to be red, is going to take a little more shenanigans, but... All right, what's going on with this piece? Why is this not doing what I thought it should do? Did I not? Oh, because I'm an idiot. Cool. Yeah, these are coming in on floor 2 because of course they are. Because they were coming in here to be merged with a stacker. So yeah, this is just all wrong. So I need... Well, I'm gonna need this piece. Wherever it is. The floor, though, that's floor 1 to floor 3. Where's the floor 1 to floor 2? I know I was just looking at one. I don't have all of these blueprinted, and I should. Is this a floor 1 to floor 2 shift? It is. Okay. So that's going to be our output, is a floor 1 to floor 2 shift. Before that is a standard painter, which takes from floor 1. This game looks fun, but I'd want to make everything perfect. Yeah, it is. I have had many, many hours of playing very, very hard Factorio mods, which helps a lot with learning to just let go. All right, and this is a floor 2 to floor 1 shift. Whoops. This one worth playing? Absolutely. I have been having a ton of fun. But I love all automation games, so... All right, and then you hook up here and something like that. Now this should do the right thing, and these should get painted, and then... And it takes up a little extra space. Like, if I wanted to, I could fix my inputs and outputs on this to just be layer 2. But I'm trying to be better about making myself, like, reusable modules and just copying and pasting and not getting in and doing fiddly belt work. So we're accepting a few extra modules for the sake of, well, modularity. And then, is this piece doing what I want it to do? That looks like it is what we want. Yeah. It is not yet being delivered to... Yeah, right around here is where we're at on the belt. Okay. So that's going to start going in shortly. These two are the... Oh, no, these two, the ones that I need tens of thousands of, are the old operator pieces. I just fixed up these. I think everything over here we're technically done with. I just don't know if I have anything over here that isn't blueprinted that I might want to keep. Okay, that's just a standard painter. That's just a stacker. Probably not. Probably these are all just painters and or stackers in various configurations. Or cutters. Yeah, we have the watermelon cutting, discarding, cutting, rotating. You keep going. There's a whole bunch of milestones, and you just keep getting more and more complex shapes to build up. Plus side quests. So when you're working on the milestone shapes, those ones turn into the operator shapes. So these ones go infinite. So any milestone shape, you want to keep your factory and just keep running them. The job shapes are temporary, and these are what unlock research points. So there's a combination of like permanent infrastructure and just throwing things together to get it done. Yeah, we can start cleaning up here. I think a lot of this I don't necessarily need right now. I do have another job that I haven't started yet, so we should pin this. Do I have that shape anywhere? Oh, actually. Right here. All right. Is there anything here that I don't have or that I can't rebuild easily? I love that we're just throwing away like 3/4 of these circles because it's cheaper to just make the circles once and throw 3/4 of them away. Do I have that slicer blueprint? Cut east as south, cut east as what? Oh god, this is a single. Oh. Nope, color extractor. Okay, yep, I want that. Stack level 1 to level 1. Oh, but this is also a single. I think most of my blueprints are not useful because these are all ones that I made before I switched to doing quad wide. So like the color extractor is useful, but all the rest of this is not. And also the naming scheme is impossible. Is mine is correct and color extractor is correct. Painter is correct. The stack thing is old. Whatever this corner thing is old. Okay. Progress. Well, something resembling progress. So what is this? This cuts east and... Wait. Am I facing north? I'm facing north. Okay. So yes, this cuts east and west halves to 2 rows. Okay. So we will save this as a blueprint. Cut east, west to... Actually, we'll just call it cut east, west. That's fine. What is this? This is... discard middle layer. This is also discard middle layer? Yes. Alright, starting to make some progress on a blueprint book again. Oh good, these shapes are running. These are running. These are not running yet. Did I do them wrong, or are we just taking a little while to catch up? think we're just oh, I did them wrong. Okay. Yeah, this needs to be lifted up to level 2. That was my bad. Do I have a lift to level 2? Surely, yes, somewhere. Not there, though. This one. And in fact, we will save this. Level 1 to level 2. All right, and then that needs to go in here so that we're on the right layer of the conveyor belt. Stop. Yeah, so now these are going to come up to level 2 on this belt because the stacker wants the parts to be on level 2. All right. What is the key? Pardon me. There's a key to, like, delete a belt of stuff. Area selection, destroy, pipette. Clear contents. There we go. So if we just kind of do, like, that. There we go. Just wipe all that out. That way we're not feeding... Yeah. Because I think it was only up to this corner that it was really the wrong stuff. Because if you have mixed loads going into a train, I think it just voids things. So... All right, this piece is ready for its next adjustment, so let's head down there and get that done. I just need to get green attached to this, and then get these things properly stacked. Oop, that one is also done. So I'll look at that next. Yeah, let's get green over there. And then this is no longer 1 to 3, although we will need a 1 to 3 somewhere. This needs a 1 to 2. Well, these need to be rotated differently. Let me make sure these ones are top left, bottom right. These ones are top right, bottom left. Good. They are rotated differently. So then one of these just needs to get lifted up to floor 2, which I did make a blueprint for, right? Level 1 to level 2. Good. And let me just find a stacker. Wait, it's in my blueprint library. No, it's not. I didn't put stacker in the blueprint library yet. That's a painter. Is that a stacker? That is a stacker. Is that a stacker? No, that's a part mixer matcher. That's a painter. Do I not have a stacker down here of all the weird things to not have? Okay, that's fine. Certainly I have one up here I can steal. Yeah, stacker. And let's actually just save that. So, down here, we've got... we've got the green ones that are coming out on level 2 because I'm an idiot. Here, let's just... Remember what I was saying about making things modular? That's exactly what we should be doing. Okay, so these are going to come out on level 1. They'll get lifted to level 2. Apparently, I thought I was planning ahead by making the green ones come out on level 2, and I already forgot that I was doing that, and this is why things need to be their own modules. So these will get lifted to level 2. We'll have the reds on one level, the greens on another. And all of those are going to feed into here, which is going to make... Actually, you can see it here. It's going to make the red and green, which is the part we want. And then that's lifted up to level 3, because level 3 is what it needs to be for the train. So we can just send that right out. Yeah, this has some parts that I would like to maybe get blueprinted. Actually, I think this is fine, right? This is just a cut east-west and a discard. This is a rotator. Rotate clockwise. Yeah, these are all just clockwise rotators. Okay. We can save this one. Rotate level 1 clockwise. So there should be nothing else in here that I need, right? Because this is a stacker, this is a cutter, a discarder that I saved, and the rotator. So yeah, all of this can go. What about here? What are you? That's just a painter and a level shifter. Did I save... let me rename this. I'm going to call it shift level 1 to level 2. Okay. What else do I have over here? That's a painter and a shifter. Yep, that's fine. Painter, that's fine. I'm just making sure there's nothing here that I really need to save before I go and just, like, shift right click the whole darn thing. And we are going to shift right click the whole darn thing. We're going to save the train station because the train station is still needed. But other than that, cool. So the part we need, actually, maybe I even move the train station. Because, like, the part we need is down here. For this job that I missed. We're also going to need, what? The corners of a circle and a square that we can paint blue. All right. We've got a square here. We can get the corners of a circle from this one. We've got blue. We've got red. So, yeah, I think we do this piece, like, right around here and just throw it on rails. Cool. So to start with, we can literally just grab a mine. And this is going to hook directly up to the train station. And we'll figure out the next steps after. Cool. Mushroom is done. So now we just need to paint the next spot red, and this is where it's going to get funky, which is fine, but I just have to keep track of the funkiness. So what we have here right now is we're passing... Maybe I just need a swizzle, and that's what we need. Because the painter passes floor 2 through unadjusted, right? This painter does. This is a little bit of a custom one that I should bookmark. Painter with level 2 pass through. But I can just reuse this module if the thing that's after it is just something that, yeah, let's do that. So these guys are still going to have to happen. This is the, ooh, that was not what I wanted. There we go. So this is the stacker, and then shifting up to our correct level for output. Those are things that are going to happen. And actually the painting with pass-through happens too. But the thing before that needs to be... This is going to be a little bit weird, but we'll figure it out. Because these ones need to come out like that. Something like this? All right, and then we will save this, swap level 1 and level 2. All right, so once we swap level 1 and level 2, then we just paint again with the level 2 pass-through. Now we're painting both halves. And then we stack. And then we get it up to our output level. So I just have to fix this paint pipe. Oh, except that one's going the wrong direction. It's not the first time I've done that in this game. That should do what we need to do. The layer swapper is weird, but like... it does make this whole thing relatively compact, where I can bring in these 2 layers that we need and then get them all the way through. Or we can like paint the 2 layers 2 different colors and then land them where they need to be. Hey, reach level 10 on any operator shape. Achievement unlocked. All right. But yeah, these are the two halves of this are the same, so we're going to end up with the correctly stacked mushroom design. There it is. And then that gets lifted up to level 2. It gets merged with this shape on level 1, and that is going to be our new shape. All right, it has been an hour of the stream so far, which means Twitch wants to run an ad. I do run just the one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off. I'm going to step away and get some water during the ad break. I recommend everyone else do the same. And when we return, we'll, we got a few things to work on. So we will pick one and work on it. I will see everyone in just a few minutes. I appreciate you sticking around through the ads. Welcome back, folks. Thank you for hanging around through the break. You know what I realized? And this is really important. I have loop-de-loops, which I have not been using. Oh, they go they're offset. Oh, you really have to, like, plan for the loop-de-loop, don't you? We can make this happen though. Here. This is too important. We're gonna do this. So this has to move over 1. Yeah, there we go. All right, done. Loop to loop. I am assuming that the trains move at a relatively constant velocity, which means the loop-to-loops technically slow them down? I'm not sure. So where are we? We're just about to hit, there we go, the operator shape. Well, it's not the operator shape, the milestone shape, which will become the operator shape. So next step is these ones down here, which I will have to get set up. All right, and this one just popped as well. This one wants to be stacked with quarters of a circle. We should be able to do that relatively easily, right? Yeah. We've got quarters of a circle right here. So let's do that. Let's take a extractor here. And then that needs to be hooked up with... I mean, is this pretty much the machine that makes quarters? We take halves and discard them. We rotate those. And then we swap. So yes, this makes quarters. And then this rotates them, but I don't know if that's necessary. But this sequence of machinery here makes quarters. So... and these are currently... oh! We're making the wrong quarters. Okay, and that's because we're getting the wrong halves, I think, right? Because this is an east-west halver? Yes. Let's see if rotate clockwise is going to do what we need. I think not. I think I need to rotate 180. Yeah, that just swapped. Because what we end up doing, we have this, and then we keep one of the left or right halves. In this case, the right half. So I need to make sure that the part I don't want is on the left side. That is fine. We will just swap all of these. And then the prediction should show, yeah, circles all the way across. But we do need to rotate 90 degrees anyway. Because we want these in the northeast, southwest corners. I guess I could also rotate this piece. It doesn't really matter. And then we shift that to level 2. Which comes over here, is merged with this. And then we drop all that on a stack, level 1 and level 2 to level 1. Yes. And that should be our shape. It is really nice to have, like, a reliable... like set of modules that I can just drop in to do some of these manipulations. I think longer term, I'm going to need more complex modules. I'm still able to get away with some pretty simple ones. But it's nice. What else do we have that isn't running? This one. So this one currently... is here. So we bring in quarters, we paint them blue, And then we're stacking them on top of this. So I think I need this again, rotated 90 degrees. And this is where it would be nice if I had some bigger platforms, because in theory, I could be saving these left halves that we're throwing away and have a machine that spits out like both sets of the quarters, the top left and the top right, or the positive and the negative sloped corners. I don't have that machine right now, and I don't want to try to build it. So instead, we're just going to duplicate this. This has just a rotation in the middle of it, doesn't it? Yeah, so if we skip that rotation step, and then really, I want to put that on level 3 and do some of my weird pass-through shenanigans. Right? It would be something like what we were doing here, except the stacking is even weirder. Or I just run another belt and call it a day. Which is what I'm inclined to do. Yeah, and then we don't even have to deal with level shifts. We're just bringing it on level 1. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. It would be better to not, for a few reasons, but it's fine. Whoops, wrong button. All right, so these ones should be, yeah, they're the opposite corner from these ones. They're going to come down. They're going to get painted blue. And then they're going to be lifted up to level 2 on the way out. We go up and over here. They merge with this. And now this is just another stacker, which is, I think, all that this is. And that is the shape we want. Beautiful. That is the end of mushroom. Fantastic. Why is this one not running yet? Did I do something wrong? Oh, I think we're just still waiting for some of the old pieces to finish making their way through. The ones that were wrong. Yeah, that's the right piece now. There shouldn't be any with square corners coming through anymore, but there were some at the start of the belt because I didn't flush the belt when I fixed it. So it'll take a minute for this to figure out what it's doing. Yeah, it's yelling at me about mixed input. It'll figure itself out in a second, though. Once it's done with, once it's through the buffer of weird shaped ones. Okay, so that's just the issue. It's just filling up its buffer at the train station. This one I just did. So that is this one that we got to do, and we got to do it down here because we have to stack it with this one that we've already done. So I'm looking at, like, the bottom half of this stacked with the right half of this. Or sorry, the bottom half of this just stacked with this straight up. What's the next stage? The next stage is the same thing again, stacked on top, just not painted. Okay. So yeah, we can take the bottom half of this and stack it with this, and then just do that twice. I'm worried about how much blue paint I'm using. We'll find out if I start to hit a bottleneck on it. Worst case, I can add another paint extractor somewhere. All right, let's grab a mine, and we are going to need 2 of these. So we will grab a shifter. Do I want a shifter? I mean, a shifter is ideal if I can figure out all the right pass-throughs, right? Because, like, we ideally just want to run one belt through, because we only have so much platform capacity. All right, and then we're going to take this and cut east-west and discard middle. I wonder if I want these 2 levels to be coming in on, like, level 2 and level 3. Rather than level 1 and level 2. You know what? I think I do. Shift level 1 to level 2. Surely I have a shift level 1 to level 3 somewhere. Where am I using level 3? No, this has some weird built-in level, but not level 3. Oh, we do it down here, don't we? At the output of this, we shift to level 3. All right, so these ones are going to be on level 2 and level 3 now. Which, is this actually going to make my life easier? Maybe. We'll find out. We're going to have... Yeah, these are right halves, and they need them to be bottom halves. So we need to rotate clockwise. I do have that. Rotate level 1 clockwise. All right, so now this is on level 1, and these are on levels 2 and level 3. And this is where it's going to get funky. So if we grab our stack level 1 and level 2 to level 1, look at that in a second. Hey, Ranged, welcome in. Good to see you. Okay. So I've got on part of this. I think what I need is I need to have level 3 come out on level 2. And then I use the painter with the level 2 pass through here. Yes, yes. Okay, I got it. So yeah, level 3 comes out on level 2. Had a hectic week. I'm glad you finally have some time to relax. All right, yeah. This should, if I can select just what I'm trying to select. Come on, just these. Although we're also selecting some of the underlying infrastructure, but that should be the same on all of these, so it should be fine. All right. So what are we doing here? We are currently going to be stacking level 1 with level 2 while shifting level 3 down to level 2 for the next segment. This one will paint the new level 1 blue and let level 2 skip over it. I'm using some of the verticality. I'm trying to think compactly. Mostly when I'm trying to be thrifty with, like, space belts, it's like, oh, I need to shift 3 things in here. How can I build my, like, stacking contraptions to do what I need? So what are you? Stack level 1 and level 2 to level 1 with shift level 3 to level 2. Oh, this correctly describes what this does, but am I going to remember that in the future? All right, so this will paint blue, and then oh, we're not getting a predicted output because I don't have the blue paint hooked up, I think, is the issue. All right. And actually, at this point, I can just discard level 2 and use a level 1 to level 3 shift and just get this to the output. And this is the shape I need. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what the next phases are going to be. And then, well, the next phase is, yeah, so we drop a stacker here, and then we merge the output of that with another one of these, and we stack that. And that'll give us the tier 2 of the shape. And then we just stack on what we've done up here, and that gives us tier 3. Okay. We're good. Discard middle layer, which is not named according to the naming scheme that I have come up with, but that's okay. And shift level 1 to level 3. Output. These are no longer output. What is left for job shapes? This one and these ones up here. Okay. This one is actually really easy to finish up, so I should finish it up. I just have to hook up a painter here. That's actually really easy. There we go. That'll paint that quadrant red, and then I just need to bring in blue squares, and that will be the third form of that shape. Or sorry, first the gray squares, and then paint them blue. Okay. And we are pretty much caught up on the job shapes, so I'm glad I have started to think about the operator shapes down here. Is this belt just not? I know it's a long belt, but... Okay. Yeah, it's just a long belt. It's just taking a while. Yeah, I could probably try to come up with a more compact... Oh, also... Wait, shift level 1 and level 2 to level 1. Oh! It doesn't like... Of course it doesn't like slashes. Why would it like slashes? Those are literally the directory separator, Brandon. Okay. That's my abbreviation of width as W/ here. Actually, the replacement of a slash with an underscore works fine on the cutter, doesn't it? Cut east-west. I can understand that. Like this, I should be... Whoops, I keep left-clicking instead of... Most parsers don't like... Yeah, and like... I'm on Linux, and I don't know if this is native Linux or if it runs through Proton. But, like, there's literally only one character that you're not allowed to use in file names. And it's the slash. But also, if I was writing this, I would normalize the file system names, but keep the exact text that the user wrote inside the blueprint file, because that's useful. I know strings are hard, but... anyway, I wanted to rename this. This is paint level 1 with level 2 pass-through. And am I consistent in whether or not I use spaces in my level names? I have not used them everywhere except here. So we will get rid of the spaces. Actually, maybe I should just use L1, L2, and get rid of LVL. That feels better if I'm gonna not use spaces. Stack L1 and L2 to L1 with shift of L3 to L2. That is great. I can understand what that does. Sorry, I know renaming blueprints is not super exciting content, but having this stuff like and I should start making subfolders for some of this eventually. I keep left clicking, which is not making this go faster. Shift L1 to L2. I should probably have some sort of indicator for what happens. Well, I guess if they don't say they have a pass-through, then those are the only levels they work on, right? If it doesn't mention level 3, then it blocks level 3. Okay. And painter should be named Paint L1. Cut L1 east-west. Discard L2 with L1 and L3 pass-through is what this actually is. Okay, there we go. Those are mostly reasonably named at this point. Am I getting what I want out of this? No. Oh, I never hooked up blue paint. That's easy enough, as long as I know which paint is blue. This one, where does this go? This comes down here. I'm just trying to think of how I best want to connect this up from here over to there. I think we just do something like this. There we go. So now, if I disconnect these, it should tell me that on level 3 out here is the shape we want. Yes. Okay. Good. We're still not making these ones, but they are being delivered. Yes, it's probably our first train delivery with those coming through now. So those will start running relatively soon. All right, that just leaves this guy, which currently we are stacking. I think we're sitting on the previous version of this. Claim that operator shape. Yeah, we're sitting on this. We have to add the green semicircles to it. That's almost this, isn't it? But with like a 90-degree rotator in the middle. One of these probably also needs to be rotated 90 degrees, doesn't it? That's fine. Let's... So we're going to have a shifter, we're going to have a rotator, and then we're going to have all the same things here. And extractor. All right. So then these merge. And then down here, this all needs to change. It actually is going to be a lot like this setup, except it just has 2 different colors instead of 1 color. And we need a rotation in the middle. But it is basically this. So we grab our... All right, so we paint level 1, which is one of our 2 halves, blue. Then we swap, and then we will paint level 1 again, which is the green. And then we stack those, and then we output it. And it's outputting on level 2, which is correct because it's going to go into this stacker. Actually, if I wanted to... Ooh, let's get fancy. Should we get fancy? Let's output on level 3 here, and then we'll combine all 3 of those, and we'll use some of the new designs that I added. So shift level 1 to level 3. Comes down and merges. This is already on level 2, right? Yes. Merges. So now we have stuff on level 1, level 2, and level 3. So if we grab stack L1 and L2 to L1 with shift L3 to L2. Oh yeah, those are words. And then we grab the normal stacker right after that. This is spitting out what we want, I believe. The combination of those two pieces does the double stack for me. Okay. That is all well and good. What do I need? Oh, I need green paint. Do I have... Here's green, actually. Yes. Now, does it show that is the shape we want? I was right. Cool. This one's done. So the next step is just adding a square underneath it. That is easy. That is up here. Let's see. Mine. Shift L1 to L2. Combined with the mine here. And stack L1 and L2 to L1. So let's double check the... Yep. Good. We are still not outputting these blue almost circles. Why? Oh, is the blue paint just now getting here? I might have too much stuff hooked up to one blue paint pipe. That might be the problem. No, they say they're running. All right. We'll have to keep an eye on it. It might not quite be... Well, maybe it's fine. Because, yeah, this is hooked up to... 2 other painters. Yeah, and these pull in, I guess, 2 different pipes. Is that how I have this set up? That's what it looks like. It looks like we pull out on level 1 and on level 3. And then I'm assuming my painter expects things on both levels. Indeed it does. Interesting. So yeah, we bring it in on 2 different levels. Weird. I guess that is just how I was getting enough throughput, but... I mean, this looks good. This looks like it's running at full throughput now. So it just took a while for the paint, probably because we do have the other demand on the paint, so it wasn't All right, and then when we upgrade this, there will be a couple more pieces involved, but should be pretty straightforward. That's a long belt run, though, before it gets to... yeah, before it gets to the trains. So it's going to be a little while before that one is running. I think everything that I can have running is running right now. Right? I fixed this one. It's just taking a second to start. Oh, yep. We are just starting to get the other shape. And as these come through from the stackers... Well, they're rotated 90 degrees, but that is the shape we want, yes. All right, let's check the shop. What do I have for my 6,000 monies? I could spend a bunch of them on a speed multiplier. I don't feel like speed is usually my limiting factor here. I mean, the other option is to just keep investing in, like, the train logistics upgrades. Oh, there we go. That one started. I might just hold off until I can buy the 3x3 platform, because that seems very useful. We can do a little bit of prep work down here for the next iteration of the milestone shape when we need to stack the grays on top. Yeah, that's fine. Well, all right. That's about all the prep we can do. No, wait. This needs to come out on level 2. And then it will get combined with the output from this, which is going to be these blue ones with the top half of the gray on them. So that'll be just like a stack. And then we're going to have the input coming in here, which is going to be the output of this. And that's literally replacing this one with a stacker, getting rid of this output, and then swinging that in there. Okay, paint the square blue. We can paint a square blue. I have confidence that I can paint a square blue. We got squares, we got blue. Paint L1. There we go. Gonna take a minute for the blue to make its way down there, but that will be blue. Okay, this one's running. Those are still not. Hello? Okay, they are here. We're just waiting for a train. Cool. And that might be our first train with that. Oh, no, we have one with that shape already. That one doesn't. This one only has 2. Okay. So this train is going to be the first one to deliver that shape up here. 2 train loads is probably all we need. I don't actually know how many shapes are in one train. At some point, I might start thinking about the rail routes, but right now I'm not. It's a very different system for the rails in this compared to like what I'm used to in Factorio. Or Satisfactory, for that matter. All right, there we go. That shape is rolling. It seems like I could skip this shape and go right to the finish one. Is that true? Because this is showing this one is unlocked, and I have it unlocked up here. Ooh, shape multiplier. When do I unlock that? Doesn't say. Yeah. Are you... Oh, there we go. This has reset to the new shape. And it does not quite look like we're getting a full belt, which is wild. Surely we're getting a full belt. Yeah, okay, we are. It just took it a second to figure itself out. All right, and that's the last shape in that job, right? Yes. Yeah, the green and blue and the alternating parts jobs are the last side quests that I have right now. Yeah, shrinking circle, this is pins, right? This is literally just like layering pins on top of pins or whatever. So that'll be interesting, but should be easy. I say easy. This one is fun. This one should also be pretty straightforward. Quota complete. Ah, good. Okay. Let's get the other part of that shape hooked up then. I made this so far away from... So if I did this right, this goes away, this goes away. We stack L1 and L2 to L1. And this should be almost the whole shape. We merge that in here, and this should be the shape. Yes. It's almost like I know what I'm doing at this point. I don't know if that's quite true. It feels like I know what I'm doing, which is probably dangerous. Job done. Collect. I feel like rather than... What does this piece do? Well, this does some awful stuff with bringing in shapes on 2 belts, and I should not be doing this. I should change this so these are more normal pieces. But this is also doing some weird stuff with, like, which half of the shapes it does. Yeah, because this takes, like, top and bottom halves. Yeah, we turn half the lanes into top halves, and then... This is a weird module. This is almost really one module across 2 sets of things, and I wonder if I could rebuild it as such. So that when the swappers do their thing... I mean, maybe. We have a little bit of extra space. Yeah, these ones pass right through. The top ones get rotated. We could do that rotation somewhere off to the side, though. We do have space to do it. Like, if we wanted to come up and then do the flip here. And that would give us more vertical space. And then maybe we could move this machinery in here and turn all of this into one module. And then this would be one module that takes right halves and turns them into upper left, lower right quarters. I don't know. I don't necessarily want to lose this machinery. I'm just trying to think about how I want to define it. I think I'm going to blueprint these together as one thing. And this is going to be what? Level 1, east half. Level 1, east 2. Level 1, northwest, southeast. Am I going to know that that's what this is? Maybe. I can rebuild that if I have to, if I think about a better way to incorporate that kind of manipulation into my, like, distinct chunks of logic. But for now... Because, yeah, here we're splitting east-west. We discard the west halves, and we're just using the east halves for this, and then this just ended up being built across 2. Yeah. Because this is such a weird, non-standard interface that I'm willing to just say that this is part of the guts of one module, effectively, and just move on with my life. We're still delivering a bunch of the old shape. This is making the right new one, though, right? Yes. Ooh, shoot. No! This is on the wrong. This needs to be lifted up to level 3 to go on the train. My bad. Clear that. Shift level 1 to level 3. All right, now we've got what we need coming into here. I caught it, I think, before it messed up anything else. Yeah, we didn't actually push any of them through. Geez, we're still flushing out the pure blue ones. The latency on some of the design changes and how long they take to start flowing up to the top is definitely the biggest issue with my base right now. All right, well, that one's done. Oh, that was huge. Ooh, 9,000 points. That means we can afford the last platform. Next is probably the rest of the train logistics. So 54, 76, 8,000 for the rest of the train logistics. And after that, it's kind of just the permanent upgrades. I mean, fluid tank, maybe. I don't know why I would need the fluid tank. I guess fluid tank lets you, like, mix in... I've been designing all of my systems for, like, perfect throughput. So, like, I don't need overflow splitters. I don't need fluid tanks. Maybe more useful if you're trying to do a make anything machine. Because you can, like, buffer colors and things like that. I'm not trying to do that right now, so... Okay, well, it's going to take a few minutes for everything to push forward. I guess I could start looking at the next jobs, but I think they require pins. These need pins, these need pins, these need pins. Like, I could just prep gray circles and red squares. And just have them ready to go. That is an option. Alright. Well, it is ad break o'clock again. As always, I'm going to step away and get a little bit of water during the break. I recommend everyone else also take the opportunity to hydrate, stretch your legs. And when we come back, we will, I'm just going to leave this running. and hopefully we will have made some progress on some of these, and I can start working on something new. Because it's definitely... We're just kind of waiting around right now. I did not time everything super well. I'll see everybody shortly. And we are back. Thanks for hanging around through the break, folks. I wonder if I have sent enough of these towards the trains yet. Because, like, the last stage of this whole thing is taking this, which is on... Oh, currently on 3, actually. We need to shift that. You need to end up on L2. And then this one needs to end up on L1. Which I guess is just getting rid of the shifter. And they will both merge here. Stack L1 and L2. And then that's our output. So relatively straightforward once we get the intermediate one finally out the door. Okay, we are filling up train cars with it. I'm going to say that's probably enough. And then this is now permanent. Because that's going to become an operator shape. I could probably get rid of a couple trains here. It does seem like they are... There's a couple more than I need. I don't know if trains count towards platform capacity or not. I know tracks don't. And that is one of the big reasons to use trains over very long belts. Because, like, right now, with 1-1 trains set up the way I'm setting them up, they are effectively the same throughput as a belt, right? That is all I'm using them for. Cool. Yeah, that's running now. And the next one will run after it. So, yeah, let's look at the jobs. And I guess let's start to get these ready for pin pushers. Because the first, I think, 2 steps of this are literally just circles and then green circles, which is very easy. And then this is red squares, and then, yeah, let's just get that set up. Do we set it up here? Do I set it up somewhere else? Maybe we do it over here. Although I don't have full squares here. That would be kind of annoying. I can get full squares, like, from this 3/4 square relatively easily, but... everything up here is done. So we can kind of do this. Ditto here, everything is done. Did I ever blueprint... Yeah, level 1 east half to level 1 northwest southeast corners. I did blueprint that, which means that I think there's nothing to save here either. Cool. Yeah, and we've got several trains that are still pushing with this shape before the new one comes online. The new one has not yet come online. There we go. Oh, this is wrong. Haha, it's wrong. I did not account for the rotation of these. Something has to be rotated. I guess whatever's on level 1 gets rotated, because level 1 is the thing that I wrote that I have a rotator for. Rotate level 1 clockwise. Doesn't matter which way it rotates, honestly. Yes, and that is now going to do the right thing. There we go. All right, and that shape is permanent. Like I said, that's an operator shape. So we'll just leave that running until such time as I need to upgrade it. What is up here? Oh, some train tracks. Okay. Let me find a good spot for the red square. I mean, we have red and squares right here. What else goes into that red square one? We cut it, and then we stack it, and then we do some other things. This is actually a funky shape. Yeah, that's what I thought. 2 sets of pins. This one is easier, I think. Green circles that just get pushed up over and over and over. Yeah, I mean, we could do that here. Blueprint library, mine. Oh, and now that I have multiple colors of train, I can actually route things differently. Awesome. So we're gonna have mine. Let me get a color extractor. What did I call it? Yeah, color extractor. And paint L1. And then this will go to a train stop with a depot. Yeah. Wagon loader, check. Train stop. In front of it? Yes. And then behind here... a couple of locomotive depots with wagons on them. Okay, I remember how this works. So these ones are red. Actually, let's color code ourselves. The shape is green. The locomotives are green. And then this train comes from here over to there. Wait stop. That's what I want. And the other one is a red square at first? Yes. And apparently 2 more jobs beyond that, but we'll start with... we'll start with 1. So, color extractor... a mine. I should really put some of these on my hotbar. But, like, I feel like the exact sets of things that I need at any given time are sort of constantly changing, so... All right, and then this also feeds into a wagon loader. Immediate stop. And then merges with this line. Sure. And I shouldn't need a route configurator here because I'm assuming they know how to follow their return path natively. The only issue, and there is an issue, is that this needs to be lifted to level 2. Right? Because this train will load and then unload at the other end. But they're still sharing the same train station here. So it needs to be able to push out on a different lane than this one does. Even though they're on different... Even though they're different trains, they still need different... So I think that'll work for those first two. What are the next ones? Building a minion. Oh my god, that's so cute. I love it. It's awful. I'm gonna hate doing this, but it's cute. And exploring the layer limit. Interesting. So we start with, shape on pin. Ooh, I didn't even check. Are these ones starting on pins? These are all starting on pins, aren't they? They are. Okay. So none of what I have hooked up is actually correct. So that's good to know. I guess I should have expected that. Also, yeah, this doesn't even get painted right away, so that's definitely wrong. That's fine. We're just setting up some basic infrastructure. This does get painted initially, and actually, I want to do... There we go. That's a little cleaner. Those are going to move quickly. So next shape, star, also on pins, but I just have to find a good spot that I can work with for that shape. And building a minion, also on pins, just need to find a good spot to work with for that shape. I see star up here, so we could start work on that one up here. I think that's probably fine. What else are we going to need for that job? Exploring the layer limit. Star, circle, circle, circle. Okay, yeah. Star on pins, and then layer it with circles multiple times. Do we have circles up near this? Not really near. Not that far, but not that close. So I guess I just send them down here. And then we do the work here. That's fine. Because I only need one layer of the stars for that job. So, like, once it's in, and once we start the stacking procedure, I just have to keep layering in more circles, right? So I think we just put a mine right here. And zoop this, like, I don't know, over here somewhere. And that'll be good prep for that one. And then, what's the milestone job gonna be? Oh, that's funky. Yeah, we start with half a green on pins, and then we push it up again. And then that combines with a blue on pins, and then half of that on this. Okay, and then those just merge. Yeah, that's going to be a little funky, and I'm not sure where I want to build that yet. So for now, I'm focused on the side quests. I'm just getting myself prepped to be able to do those. Yeah, this one with the bloopies. Where do we have good bloopies? Well, the problem is we need like so many different shapes for that, don't we? Building a minion. Yeah, we need bloopies, we need spikies, and we need circles. Okay. We're going to have to take advantage of the layer limit, I think, to get these. Because that's what this whole side quest is about, right? It shows you how to get pins on the top by layer limit. So I think we got to do that here. We're going to have something else on top of this and then let it get erased. And that's how we're going to get the eyes for our minion. Okay. But I need bloopies and spikies. I could work with this because I only need half of... Oh, well, we got spikes here and bloops here, but not really good access to circles. Oh, here we go. Circles, bloops, spikes, and blue. Okay, I think we can do it over here. That'll be good. So we should be able to build the minion here. And we're initially going to need half bloops and half spikes. Okay. Well, the bloops come out as a half. So that's good. We just need to be able to paint them blue. And then we'll take half spikes and rotate them and paint them blue as well. Okay. Let's start to get some of those pieces figured out. So we're going to have a mine here. We're going to have a mine here. We're going to have a color extractor down here. These need to get painted first things first. Paint level 1. And then we discard half of that. Cut L1 east-west. Sure. And then Discard L2 with L1, L3 pass through. Sure. And then rotate L1 clockwise. And that is a bottom half spiky. And the bloopies are top half. So that is what we want. That is a bottom half blue spike. Our minion's going to be upside down. Just so everyone knows. Because this comes out here, that's just the way it's going to happen. The minion is going to be upside down. I think we do that. That way we're up on level 2 through this whole area. Easier to route it around the belts. And then this half is just a painter. And that needs pins under it, which I don't have right now. I don't unlock the pin pusher until we get 7,000 more of these in. But the rest of the steps for the minion, I think, are going to be pretty straightforward once we get it. Because, yeah, here we just stack the blue on top, and that's fine. Here we stack this on top of that. And then I'm not sure how I'm going to do this. I think what I need to do is starting at one of the intermediate levels, probably this one. We stack something that's lifted with pins on the top half of the gray circle here. And then we can stack the blue next to that. And then when we stack that whole thing on top, we're going to hit the layer limit. The top will come off and we'll be left with the eyes, I think is how that needs to work. And then this will end up on its own train over here. And then really it just leaves, where do I want to put the milestone shape, right? Which needs squares, circles, spikes, blue and green. Oh, literally here. Okay, yep, we'll do it right next to the minion. That's easy. We can work on the milestone shape right here. All right, I think we have a plan for the whole next tier. I just have to wait for the next 2,500 shapes to make their way into the system. I really don't know what to do right now. I have run out of prep work. Well, I guess the milestone shape to start with, we're going to need a blue square and we're going to need a green semicircle that I can push pins into. So let's start with that. It's funny, I need a blue square and then it's immediately going to have me make it not a blue square. So I think we're going to start with this, and I will turn it into squares, and then make it not a square after that. But The green semicircle, I think, is always a green semicircle. Yeah, that's a green semicircle the whole time. All right. Mine into cut east west into discard with pass through into paint. And then we might have to rotate that afterwards. Figure that out. Color extractor. All right, we got the pin pusher. Four new jobs, 500 platform capacity. All right, yeah, the pin pusher works the way I thought it was going to work, which is it only pushes pins under where there's shapes, which means that if you want open pins, you have to hit the layer limit and get something off the top. That is what I expected, because that is what made the things interesting looking at the jobs. All right, so first things first. Gray circle needs a pin pusher. Let's... Oh, I'm just going to have to make a pin platform, aren't I? I don't have a blueprint for that yet. Up here. Gray circles. Let's build a new... We have to build a new platform. This never happens. All right, pin pusher, 40 a minute, 3 per belt. All right, so that's 12. Oof, that's a lot. All right. This is pin L1. And then that is going to come right out here as our shape on level 1. Here, let me pin, the jobs that we're doing here. Up next, for this one, we're making red squares already. So that just needs to be pinned and then shifted. Here, I'll put this one on level 3. And that'll be that shape. And then lastly, on this side, there was exploring the layer limit, which we're going to pin. And that starts with, yeah, it's just this shape on pins. And then we're going to have to do some other stuff with it. So again, we can just grab the pinner. And then, oh, I already forgot. I put this one on L3, right? So that L1 and L2 would be next to each other. Yes. So then this is shift to L2 and send to the send to the output. Okay. So that is 3 of those shapes starting right now. Over here, we've got green semicircles? Yes. Which can be output on level 1. That's fine. Do these need to be put on a pin, though? Yes, everything gets pinned. Yeah, now we've got a check mark. Beautiful. And then we also need blue squares. What is this showing me? Oh. Blue squares are going to be mildly annoying. But we'll get him. We'll get him done. So we're going to need 2 miners. And both of these are going to be cut east-west. And then if we discard... I don't know which level we need to discard. Yeah, that keeps the right. So I need to discard L1. Or I need to rotate the shapes first. Guess which one I'm going to do. Rotate L1 clockwise. This is still going to be wrong. This needs to be a counterclockwise. I just don't have a blueprint for rotate counterclockwise yet. All right, so now both of these are right half, left half. Good. And then we're going to need one more bit, which is 180. And we will save this one as a blueprint too. And then lift L1 to L2 on this side. Bring them all together. And stack. There's a lot of work to get a whole square out of 2 half squares. But we get a whole square out of 2 half squares. Then we can feed that to a painter. And then pin it. And then what? This is outputting on L1, so we will output this shape on L2. Shift L1 to L2. That does not leave a lot of room to work on the demon here, does it? Maybe we put our output up here. Yeah, I like that plan. So we'll zip right up here, and this is where we will put the train station. And I know that I don't actually have enough trains for like full throughput across this. I don't know if it matters right now. All right, so these two are on L1 and L2, and then I can use L3 over here for the minion, which I have not pinned yet, and I will pin. We start with a blue bottom half that has been pinned. All right. So we pin L1. And then that should say that it is a shape we want. It is. We shift that to L3. And that can come right out. That is everything we can work on at the moment. The next shapes are going to be upgrades of something over on this side as those become available, whatever the next jobs are here. Either painting this circle green, doing a zigzag on the red. But those are all easy manipulations. I wish I could reorder the pinned things. Can I unpin the... I can unpin the operator shapes. Okay, there we go. That's fine. Because I'm happy to just let those run in the background. These are all set to be able to run automatically. Like we have a belt of each coming in. So we just let them run. And every once in a while I can pop on this tab and grab the research points. Do I have any new shop items now that the pin pusher is unlocked? Doesn't look like it. Start working my way through grabbing the rest of the train tech. Oh, and red square is done, so let's turn red square into zigzag red square. So that is a cut east-west. Discard. Level 1 half to level 1 corners. And then that gets put on a pin. And then shifted up to L3, because we're outputting on L3 here, right? We're outputting on L3 here? Yes. L1 and L2 here. Oh, that is... Thanks, game. That was very confusing looking at it from just the top. Because, like, L3 is... here. It's like, opposite. Anyway. It is L3 here. And this is L3 here. Despite how it looks. Let me make sure this is doing the right shape, though, right? Yes. And then this one needs to be painted green. Okay. All right, and then this one is going to be ready shortly as well. May as well plan ahead. What are we doing on this one? We are adding a circle underneath it. Okay. Oh, this is already shifted to L2. Ooh, that makes this really easy. Because, like, this comes right over here, along with this one. And goes right into a stacker. And that should be our shape. Yes. It was still showing locked because I hadn't claimed the previous level yet, but that is that shape. All right. All of those ones should be good to go then. Why are we not getting blue squares? Did I screw something up down here? Oh, yeah, I just never hooked up the blue. That would do it. But what is the next thing to do with the green shape gonna be? Oh, push it on another set of pins. Okay. And I'm assuming that works, that I'm allowed to just do that. Why are we backed up? Shouldn't we be loading a train? Oh, we just don't have enough trains to run these things at full speed. Yeah, that's fine and normal and expected with only 2 trains here. But they probably are enough of these delivered that I can add the additional processing step here. So that is pin L1. Look at that in a second. This is the double pinned shape, right? Yes. All right. Let's just double check that this is showing as, yeah. Interesting that it was showing as a check mark before and not as like a lock symbol. Anyway. Next we need to stack, I think stack these, which are on L1, with these that are, well, currently on L3. So we'll need to shift L1, L2. And then stack. And this should be our shape. This is our shape. Shift to L3 for our output. Not there. And, of course, screw it up. That looks good. Yeah, I probably just need more trains on a lot of these. I think this one is just going to be a matter of, like, repeatedly stacking, which is going to be rather funny. But yeah, let's get some extra trains. hooked up to all of our stations. All right, this has got, I think, both shapes. It's hard to tell what this is shipping out right now. Oh, did I screw up? I screwed up. This needs to be shifted. Shift L1 to L2. That's part of the problem here. This is just doing the wrong thing. All right, flush all that out. Actually, flush all this out because it's all going to be bad. All right, and now we should get L1 and L2 appropriately separated. What am I missing? Secondary colors. Ooh, white trains. Spend 50,000 research credits. All right. I could start getting wires. I still don't know if I'm going to try to do anything complex enough that I would want wires. All right, there we go. The red diagonals are coming through finally. And on here, we do have our two sets of shapes finally starting to appear. So I think we just have to wait for the trains to return. We've got blue squares, finally. And green semicircles. Okay, and the beginning of the minion shape. Awesome. All right, the next step with blue is to only have it be a half instead of a whole, which is hilarious. Because I went to all this extra work to make whole squares. And then we can just get rid of that. And instead, we need to stack it on top of this. Oop, another operator shape done. Jeez, we are blowing through those. Which, like, great to see. May as well grab these. Grab the label. I feel like my investment in every single side quest is maybe a little excessive. Although maybe this means very soon, like for future parts, we'll be able to just focus on the main shapes. Although we'll see. I expect more stuff to show up in the shop over time at higher tiers, but I mean, otherwise it's just going to be speed multipliers, right? Train capacity upgrades. What is next after diagonal red? It is to stack it with diagonal circles. Okay. That is easy enough, I think. We are going to have... How does this work? Cut east-west. Discard. Half to corners. That's wrong, because these need to rotate first. There we go. And that's top left, bottom right, as is this. So that needs a 90-degree rotation. It doesn't matter which one. We are going to need that, but only in a minute. Shift to L2. And then this combines with this to a stacker. And the level shifter. And that should be our piece. Cool. Next, we just put another pin under it. All right. Green circle. Pin it. Done. And this guy, we're just stacking a full circle on top. All right, and I'll look at this one in a sec. Well, actually, we're right here, so let's do this one first. Jeez. Everything's popping off. Yeah, so this is already shifted up to L2, which is perfect. Because really, I just need another circle extractor here. And then another stacker shifter combo. Let's do that. That's a little cleaner. And then, yeah, stack and shift. And out. Although, let me double check. This is the part we want, right? That is the part we want. Beautiful. And then we are going to do that again for the next one. All right, that's everything over on that side. So over on this side, the minion needs a circle stacked on top of it. All right. That is relatively straightforward. And the milestone shape is... All right, we'll look at that afterwards. Let's get the minion done first. I think I want to take this part and do it like here. And then I can grab a circle extractor. Up and over. Nope. No, not quite. A circle extractor that has been shifted to level 2. And it is ad break o'clock again. Jeez, time flies. And then all that comes through to a stacker. That's fine. I don't love it, but it'll work. Yeah, I'm going to step away while the ad break runs and get a little bit more water as per usual. I recommend everyone else take the opportunity to hydrate as well. And when we return, we'll finish the new minion shape and figure out the milestone shape as well. I will see everybody in just a few minutes. And we are back. So, I think as far as the minion shape goes, I just need to stack these, and I believe I've got it. So let me throw that in first, and then I'll figure out the milestone shape. Hey, it's happy with that. Beautiful. And shift L1 to L3, because we're outputting this one on L3. And right out. And this is all not. All right. The other one is this piece, which right now we're getting full. Okay. So I think we just get rid of half of this. Well, Yeah, we just get rid of half of this, including this rotation. That still gets painted, but not stacked. And then we're no longer going up on the other layer there. So this should be outputting half on a pin, right? Oh, I'm on the wrong level. Not on a pin. No? No, this is a pin pusher. Yeah, okay. So we're outputting half on a pin. I just can't really see it from this angle. And half on a pin needs to get stacked on top of... Okay, half of a... So we're going to have this whole piece again. This goes up to level 2. And these come along together to a stacker. And that's our shape. And this shape is output on level 2, right? Because this one's level 1. Yes. So again, shift to L2. Done. And then I've got to presumably combine these two things in some way. And we're back on the left side, it looks like, because all of these shapes just popped. We are pushing through this milestone. I love to see it. Feels good. All right, the amazing disappearing circle just needs to keep disappearing, right? That's the... And then here, I think we do another layer of the same thing, and it should pretty much end up where it needs to be. Yep, there we go. So that pushes it high enough up that we lose the stacking or whatever, and we end up with the pins on top because we hit the stack limit, which is literally the name of the job, exploring the layer limit. All right, this one, the red, needs some more stuff to happen. I think it needs this effectively. Right? Because we need the rotated... Yeah. Let's just grab this here to start with. And then we need... rotated, stacked... but pin pushed. And this doesn't have pin pushed yet. And then it needs to be stacked on top of what we're bringing out here. All right. So we take all of this processing. What was that achievement? Have 100 platforms. All right. And then we add a pin to this. And then we shift it to layer 2. And that needs to be combined with the output of this. Not shifted to layer 3. And then this stacked to L1. And this should tell me that this is the right shape. And it does tell me that it's the right shape. And then we shift that to layer 3 for our output and send it right in. Well, that is all of the side quest shapes. Let's keep buying out the shop, I guess. I'm running out of shop here. I guess we just make everything faster. Oh, we can make trains significantly faster. That'll be nice, because then we don't have to have as many trains at every station. Not that it really matters. And, like, I could invest in platform capacity, but I have so many available platforms right now. All right, Minion is just about ready. Let's think about what's next for... Also, why aren't we getting this one out? Did we screw this up somehow? Or has it just not gone out yet? Maybe it just hasn't gone out yet. Oh yeah, we still have a little bit of old stuff getting cleared out of that belt. Oh, that belt's not mixed, is it? Surely not. No, 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 no. No, it just hasn't. We just haven't flushed out, because this is a long belt up to this train station. We just haven't flushed everything out. All right, next step on the Minion is a blue semicircle. I'm worried about how much blue we're using. So what I could do here, if I wanted to be smarter, because I think I can only run 3 platforms off of one of these mines. I could be wrong. I could try to, like, cut this, merge it with something else, and then paint... Actually, we could do that. We could paint these together. There's no reason not to paint these together. And that would free up the blue for that semicircle. Okay, let's do that. Because those two pieces, I do think, go in together on the very bottom. Oh, no, they don't go together on the very bottom. There's a pin. Never mind. They do have to be painted separately. Okay. I mean, I could cut them. And then pin. And then restack them after painting them. Do we want to get fancy? Let's get fancy. Let's get fancy. All right, so we have a top half here, and you know what? Just so that this thing does, I'm going to put the rotate in. I'm going to put the rotate in. We don't have to do it, but I want to do it. And then here, cut east-west, discard L2 with L1, L3 pass-through. So you're outputting on the right, so that needs to be a rotate counterclockwise. All right, and then those get stacked. And then painted. And then rotated either clockwise or counterclockwise. I'm not sure which. And then we cut east-west. And, oh, this needs the paint before it knows what it's doing with itself. So let's get that figured out. Still isn't happy. Why are we unhappy? Because both of these are on level 1? Yes, that's why. That's fine. We will make a little more room here. We will add the appropriate shift here. So that we can merge those. Now we have shapes. All right. And the shape that needs to have the pin needs to come out on L1, which means that this needs to rotate the other way. There we go. Now we pin L1. This is going to be a new pin L1 with L2 pass through. And then that goes right into a stacker. And that will be the bottom chunks of the minion. There we go. Now we stack a circle on top of that. So this is circles coming out on L2 already, right? This is just shifting up to L2? Yes. Stack L1 and L2 to L1. Beautiful. And actually, I need another set of circles. So we're going to do that like here. We're going to do a cut L1 east-west. Oh, there's barely space here. I mean, there's plenty of space. I'm just building on top of the resource patch, which makes me sad. Doesn't really matter, but it makes me sad. So we cut that east-west. It needs to be ultimately a bottom half, so that's a rotate clockwise. Yeah. And then it needs to be painted. Yeah. Nope, that's pin. Paint L1. And then I have to hook up the blue paint. And then we shift that to L3. And then we put that on the same belt here. And then this stacker needs to be the one with the shift. And then a normal stacker after it. A lot of these are done. Yeah. All right, one more step on that one over there. Let's get paint here. Is this the right shape? Almost. How is this whole thing rotated sideways? How did I achieve that? Oh, because it had to go through a splitter, and I never rotated it back. Okay, so I do just want this to be the right-hand side, which means we just get rid of the rotator? There we go, that's the shape we want. We shift that to layer 3 to join the output belt. There. Now we've just got... Here, let's get the milestone shape figured out so that that can run in the background while I figure out the last secondary shape. I think the milestone shape is literally just putting these two things into a stacker, but we'll find out in a second. I might need to rotate one of them if they're both on the same half of the belt, and they are. Okay. Rotate 180. I love how easy this is when you have, like, everything as... There we go. That's the shape. Easy peasy. Oop. Did the thing. Alright. I should probably leave it in this mode all the time. Upper level's hidden. Although it always has the little alert in the corner. Cool. So that'll be those two shapes. Let's figure out the last shape over here. I think I just need to, like, paint it blue, right? This shape here just needs to be painted blue before it is sent out on its way. Or sometime earlier in the process. It doesn't really matter when. And if we double check this, we should see that is the shape we want. Cool. Well, we are once again out of shapes. Oh, we're going to have one more stage for the demon, or the minion. I keep calling him a demon. Let's prep the last half of the minion. The last thing the minion is going to need is a... Sorry, this is still putting out, I think, bad ones because the system wasn't set up right yet. What is... Oh, I need to be discarding half of the halves here. Okay, I missed a step. And that's fine. I think. Make sure I don't need a rotation. It is a right-hand blue, and that's what we need here, right? We need a right-hand blue. How are the rest of the minion pieces aligned? Yes, we need a right-hand blue. Okay. So the last bit of work for this is literally just any left half piece on a pin stacked at the very top. So we can grab this out here. We can do a cut L1 east-west. We can do the discard half. And this is going to end up as a right half piece, but that's fine because we can rotate it and then pin it and then shift to level 2 because it's going to be stacked on the top. And then this will be combined with the output from this and shifted to level 3, and that will be the final version of the minion. May as well get the trains up to 200%. Oh, that's their maximum. All right. I don't know what the maximum of train capacity... Oh, 1, 2, 3. There's circles. I got it now. So I've only got one more train capacity upgrade. One more speed multiplier. And then it's just sinking points into platform capacity, and eventually the speed multiplier when I unlock the ability to do that. I don't know what milestone gives me that. I'm really excited for train vortex delivery when we get up to level 7. That's here we go. One shop item at full clearance. So I'm guessing that is the remaining. That is when I can start enabling the shape multiplier. Well, I've done the thing again where I should probably be trying to do the milestone shapes a little earlier in the process so that we have a little more you know, if I finish the milestone shape and I'm still working on a couple of jobs, then we can unlock the next milestone and start the next shapes while the last of the previous job shapes are finishing, instead of prioritizing the jobs and being stuck just waiting like this. We could start cleaning up. We don't need anything from over here anymore, right? The whole green line is done. I think the whole green line is done. All right, that looks like it is now our shape coming through on level 3, which is what we want. Yeah. Yeah, we've got like 3 trains stacked up underneath here. Although I've totally screwed up the, like, train. This is a wait stop, right? Yeah. What do I have left in the shop? Okay, I want to hit 10k for the speed multiplier, and then after that we just start dumping points into platform capacity. Hopefully whatever the next milestone shape is, color mixing. All right, we're going to need orange and white. And is that maybe cyan? Hard to tell. Orange. Hopefully we can do it here. I guess it doesn't matter as much now that I have multiple train routes. Like, these were all done in one place, so I could get all 3 layers of a belt filling up a train. But that doesn't matter so much. Now that I have multiple colors of train, because I can bring multiple trains into the same... You know, I only have 9 belt layers worth of stuff that I can feed into this right now, right? But that's, we can bring those trains from multiple places. So I don't necessarily have to co-locate the next milestone shape. All right. There we go. We're making progress on the last couple of jobs. I don't even know if it makes sense for me to look at jobs right now. Like, given that it seems like I have bought out the shop, it is maybe just not worth it. I think we've probably got enough of the minions in that I can hook up the next step of minion production, though. So let's do that. Yep, and this is showing locked, but it is the final minion. And just for funsies, let's rotate it so that the minion is right side up. It's so cute. It deserves to be right side up. There. Collect that. Start those ones going. So that will be the final stage of minion. And then I'm gonna have to untangle minion from not minion here, but I don't think that's too bad. I think most of this here, everything on this side is minion. These are minion. These 2 miners and their associated platforms are minion. And everything else here belongs to, yeah, it's just this I have to watch out for. Oh, 99? Really? I need 10,000 for the thing I want to buy. Okay, can I prep for this? Okay, so this does look like it's blue and green mixed. So it's a blue and green semicircle on some stuff. And then with this layered on top, a bunch of white halves. 2 white halves that are layered separately. That's important. Okay. But we start out with quad yellow. All right, so we need all 3 colors of paint. And we need these. And we need circles. Yes. Okay. Yeah, we can make this happen. $375 a minute at 4 machines per belt at 16 belts per space belt is 24 kiloliters to support one of these. And the reason that I was looking that up is that we're going to have to figure out our color mixing. Milestones, no. Shop, yes. Upgrade speed. Unlock maximum speed. Achievement unlocked. All right, now we just start dumping points into platform capacity, because that's all I can do with them. And let me unpin this operator shape, because I don't care. All right, I need to make a color mixer. Well, first I need to clear out a bunch of this stuff that I'm not using anymore. Okay, let's build a color mixer. Do we go with a 2x2 platform? Because we've got, if we think about it, we're going to have 2 colors that need to come in on level 1 and level 3. And then go out on level 1 and level 3, which is going to be super fun to try to route. Oh, but there's no flow restrictions once we're in, right? So, like, this is where We just do something like that. And output. Why are you like this? That's really what I should have done. And then I just need however many bajillion color mixers I need. Oh, this output's double. Okay, that's good. It means that each of these can be half size, actually. Because normally you need, well, you need 4 slots to fill a 4-slot platform, and I do that by bringing in the fluid on 2 levels, which maybe I should stop doing. Maybe we should be using 2x4 platforms for our painter. And that way we're only using 1 layer of the pipe on either side. Although, no, because I still need enough fluid throughput. That's why I'm running it on 2 layers to begin with. Okay, never mind. But, if we are only bringing in effectively half, then we only need to do that. And each of these makes 900. But I need 24,000. Which does not divide evenly? Okay, well, it's 4 per exit. That's the thing that matters. So we need 16 of them on this platform. That's going to be fun. No. We have 16 outputs. We need 32 of them. Ouch. Okay. Okay, that is 16. That is 32. Oh. Maybe we just do like that. Here, let's hide the top half for now. Okay. A little bit messy, but not like unmanageably so. And then basically the same thing, just different. Yeah, so this whole part is the same. And then here, we've got to get pipes up to this level. Ooh, but those aren't gonna want to fit, are they? This is fine. Ooh, that's also wrong. So the issue is this pipe has to connect through just a little bit differently, I think, on level 3. Oh yeah, we don't even need this to... No, wait, yeah, this side needs to bridge. This side, ooh, should not. Disconnect that. So that's the right side that goes up the middle and connects to the left and the right. And then this one... Sorry. Third floor connects up like this. I think that's right. I think this is enough machines. Yeah, 2 machines per fluid launcher. There's 8 fluid launchers and 16 machines per half. Yeah. And on the input, it's 4 machines per fluid launcher. Yeah, and that's 32 machines in total. Okay. Yeah, I think this is right. So we're going to save that as paint mixer. And now we're going to make cyan semicircles and yellow thingies. We're also just going to keep spending our money on the one thing we can spend our money on. All right, platform capacity gets expensive fast, but also I'm using 10% of my platforms. All right, so we're gonna need, let's see, we're gonna need some circles. Let's put them up this way. Why not? And this is going to be the usual cut in half and discard half of those shenanigans. That'll give me right-hand circles. Beautiful. Now, I need this up here with a paint mixer. And also, oh, whoops, here. Put the paint mixer on the right level. This doesn't show me anything, which either means I've got it hooked up wrong, or I don't know. I can't possibly have it hooked up wrong, right? Well, let's just see what the next step is. Paint L1 here. Wait, why is this showing up as an input? Oh, that's the problem. Okay. There we go. Now we have cyan paint. And we shift this up to level 2 to output it. Wait. Oh, no. We weren't done with the minion yet. I didn't even realize. Oops. I tore it apart. Well, guess what? We're done with it. Doesn't matter anymore. I have more points than I know what to do with. It's fine. All right. So that's hooked up there. So that'll come out on level 2 here. And then level 3, I need a yellow. Okay. Color extractor. Comes right up here to a paint mixer. Oh, right, the blueprint's wrong. Delete. Find the fixed one. Save you as paint mixer. Oh, right, I don't have the 3rd level yet on space. That's fine. We'll just duck under here and pop back up. What? Oh, because I'm on level 2 and you can't mine on level 2. I was like, what is wrong? Why can't I put this here? What did I break? I didn't break anything. Rotate 180 degrees. And the other side gets shifted up to level 2. And then together, whoops, they get stacked. And that should be a whole circle. That is a whole thing. And then we have our yellow paint here. So we will grab a paint L1. Boop. There we go. And then that one can go up to level 3. And then our next steps are getting more complicated, but that's okay. Okay, so this needs basically to be stacked with itself on top of a pin, so we can prep for that. Oh no, this is fine. We can drop this lower here and then hook those up there. There we go. And now we've got pinned and rotate 180. And these ones are already being shifted up to level 2, right? Yes. So this will come up here, where it will get merged with these and stacked together. And the yellow ones are looking good. What is the next thing we do? Oh, the next thing we do with the yellow ones is make them white. It actually is going to change the whole way we set this up, so we will look into that in a minute. All right, quota complete. So here we disconnect this. We run. Ooh, this is the wrong thing. This should be belts to here. And a stacker. And that is the shape we want. It just needs to be on level 2. There we go. All right, and it has been another hour. So as always, I'm going to step away and take a little bit of a break while Twitch runs ads, get some water, stretch my legs. I recommend you all do the same. Hydrate, take care of yourselves as humans, and when we return, we'll push on. I think we can get through this milestone relatively quickly, and then we'll see what the next one has in store for us. I'll see everybody shortly. And we are back. All right, let's get ourselves prepped. I'm trying to tab out of the map. There's no map. It's literally just zooming in more. Let's figure out what we need for the next stage here, which I think is mixing yellow with blue, and then this pipe becomes, well, actually we can do it over here where we have yellow and blue. So like, new paint mixer just dropped. And that should be white at the end now? Yes. Okay. But a lot of this needs to change. Because we only need... Well, we need a white half to begin with. But we're then going to have to stack two different white halves on the other piece at, like, different points. So we're going to prepare to do that. Well, what is the shape here? It's right and left, right? Not top and bottom? Yeah. And this is a top, which means that we will rotate one of them clockwise, one of them counterclockwise. And then both of them get painted. Ooh, that doesn't work. That's fine. All right, that should be as much as the white paint can supply, right? Because we've got two pairs of outputs here, and that gives us two pairs of... No, wait. I think one of these mixers can only handle one of these platforms. Okay, so I need a second mixer. That's easy enough to do, though. And then there should be plenty of capacity in the pipe for more paint. It's just that... Yeah, these are pretty... Yeah, plenty of space for more capacity in the pipe. That's what I thought. Okay. So now we actually have enough capacity to run both of these painters. One of these goes up to level 2. One of them goes up to level 3. And right now, the one that's on level 3 is just going out. But what's gonna happen is we will take both of them on level 2 and level 3, feed them in here alongside this. That's on level 1, the triple layer stacker setup, and we will be good. I guess I could set up a job if I really wanted to. I could rebuild this. That's 2,000 points. There's just not... It's not that many research points in the grand scheme of things. For the cost of things in the shop, because I've been making sure to leave the operator shapes running, I have so many research credits. And, like, yeah, the platform capacity upgrades are going to take a while, but, like... Interesting that this is not fully saturated. Why are we not fully saturated? One or both shapes are not fully... Oh, it's mixer capacity. Of course it is. Right. I learned this, and then I did not apply it up here. We need a second mixer platform. There we go. That should fix that. It'll take a second for that to start going full bore, but I don't know how many, like, shapes each train actually holds. So I don't know how many trains I need to dispatch before, like, we have our 10,000 of these definitely on the way. All right, but we can, up here, prep for it. So we have stack L1 and L2 with a shift, and then a normal stack. And then we shift that to L2, because that's going to be our output here. Done. This is just L1 on the output of this one. And then I'll bring up L2 and L3 from here. That's going to be this. It'll basically come in like that. The next level doesn't look that difficult. We've got this shape that we're just layering in updated paint colors for. And we've got this shape that we just stack a pin thing on top of. Yeah. That should be very, very doable. For Milestone 6. Then Milestone 7 has crystals, which are new. And then Train Vortex Delivery for 8. And then we start to get trade stations. What have we got for the final shape? Ooh. Fancy. Those are like multicolored shapes and stuff, which I'm assuming is... Is that what crystals is? That gives us those? Maybe. I mean, it would make sense that there are crystals. I don't see anything that looks like other shape stuff beyond crystals. So yes. All right, I think I can hook this up. This is going to finish. And if we break that, we should, not have what we need. Because these weren't connected. Oh, yep. There we go. That is the shape. Beautiful. Operator level 46. I think there's an achievement at 50. I was looking at the achievements earlier. Well, we could start thinking about the next set of shapes. We've got a yellow one to do and a blue one to do. Cut L1, L2. This is going to be the usual shenanigans to get the corners of a piece. Discard half. And then half to corners. And then, for the sake of my sanity, rotate. Well, actually, no. I'll rotate the one that's on pins, because that one is different from the other two, and that'll save a little bit of processing time. And then this just needs to be painted with blue. I am hoping that I have enough blue here, because these are being mixed. I think we have just enough blue here. And then I'm going to need to do the same thing here, but with yellow. I probably need a rotation somewhere in here. Yeah, we're keeping the wrong half of the shape. Okay. Oh. There we go. So that is the yellow half, and these are the... Well, presently blue will need to be purple soon half. And then I guess I can also prep the pin half, can't I? Because that's just like... Sneak you out here. Don't love that, but like, it'll work. That's just all of this. With a pin and a... Nope, not 180. Rotate clockwise. Yes. So then it's just a matter of combining all of these things together. And I guess I can shift this one up to level 2. Because, like, we will stack it on top of this one on our way through. The spaghetti is starting to get real as we squeeze these different things around in the same spot, the same areas. It is, the spaghetti is real. All right, we're gonna shift this one to level 3. And hook it up there. Because that should be free up here. Yeah. We're using level 1 for the previous, and then level 2 for the current, and then level 3 will be the start of the next one. So for this, I just have to keep upgrading the color first to blue, then to purple, and then to white. Hey, welcome back. Yeah, how is Linux treating you? Does it feel good to have escaped Windows? Best as possible? Yeah. I mean, computers are still computers, right? Computers are always terrible. It's just a matter of how terrible. Oh, all of this is no longer needed. We can just delete this whole section. Spend 150,000 research credits. Achievement unlocked. We are... Yeah, I mean, this shape is going to be on its way early. Really, it's just a matter of making sure that I'm not... making sure that I'm getting all my paint mixing done effectively here. I think I want to... do that. So we're passing more yellow through. I am temporarily going to have to send red across here to make purple for this, but that'll be temporary. And the final mix for this, since this wants white, is literally just adding another machine here for more white. Which, that's not quite right, but we'll figure that out in a second. Yeah, something like that. Although I think that is all of this blue, so I need another blue extractor hooked up to separate, I guess, what's coming into the mixers from what's going everywhere else. Which we can do... something like that. And then this white will ultimately connect over to here, and then I'll figure out a temporary purple build. That's not a big deal. 3. Yeah, I think each of these can handle effectively 6. I don't remember. I did the math and now I don't remember. Wait, this should tell me 43.2 by 12. All right. But we're only using 2/3 of that. Let me get the calculator. All right, so 28.8. And one paint platform uses 450 times 64. Wait, which is exactly 28.8. Oh, no. But we're running, sorry, 43.2 times 8 of the 12 lanes. Yeah, that's... Sorry, I did my math wrong. And then each platform uses 28.8. Okay. Oh, so this says we could run 12 platforms off of? Okay. Much more than I thought. I thought it was like 3. It is possible that it is 3, but... I mean, what? Each of these makes 450 a minute. Okay, so yeah, each of these is... That's one platform, because it's 16 by 4, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6 platforms. Okay, that's a lot more than I thought. I thought it was 3. So I didn't need this second blue pipe, is ultimately what I have learned, but that's fine. This shape is still limited, though, so something is wrong. Are we low on green paint? Did I do my math wrong on green paint? Oh! I didn't do my math wrong. I just did my whole setup wrong. There we go. So yeah, we were only getting half throughput on this shape because I screwed up the painting. That'll do it. Or screwed up the paint mixing. I wasn't getting my second mixer running. Now they're running. Cool. That'll fix that bottleneck. And then, I mean, I'm already starting to make the shapes for the next milestone. Oh, it says I've already deposited. Will this actually count? If so, then I'm going to switch this over to making the next one. Because all we have to do is change the color every once in a while. And then on the other side, it's going to be these yellow shapes, and then with the pin piece stacked. And then we upgrade this to white and stack both of those together. And we already have the white paint right here, so that is going to be easy when the time is ready for that. How much does the next shop cost? 120,000. All right. So if I really want to push the factory to the limit, I might have to start doing job shapes again. But whatever. I guess I could if I wanted to move faster, and maybe we should start thinking about this. I could stop making operator shapes, and we could be tripling up on making the new shape designs instead, so that we push them through a lot more quickly. It's also weird that we're, like, blipping on and off. Ha. Oh, right, because we weren't making enough. That's right. I knew we weren't making enough, and that was slowing down the train loading. We're still not... All right, this does look like our throughput is catching up. Yeah, throughput is catching up. Yeah, that looks like more or less a full belt coming through now. Full belts, full belts, full belts. Yeah. Cool. And we do have a couple extra trains, which I could remove, but... As long as we're loading continuously at this end and, like, unloading continuously at the other end, we should get a full belt of throughput. Yeah, we just need a couple thousand more of these to come out. It does seem like there's a slight hiccup when this switches between containers. I don't know if that's just visual or if that is, in fact, reducing total throughput. Oh. I never... didn't get this correctly hooked up. The purple. There we go. Quota complete. We've got the third space level, so we can just really make a mess. And yes, the blues did count. So we'll let that run through and start making purple shapes. And then we will need to bring out yellow shapes here. That is going to go on to L3 right now. Because ultimately that's where the shapes all need to go for their output. And that's just going to come right up there. Yeah. There we go, full belt. So yeah, once the purple shapes are... I guess I could do the yellows first, since they're ready to go, and the purple... Well, the purples are also basically ready to go. Doesn't matter. Let me unpin the milestone, because I don't care anymore. It's just running in the background forever. And we have gotten... Ooh, there's an achievement for doing this one. So maybe I should do this one. Because, yeah, that's just a green circle on top of a white. Yeah, I mean, we can... There's pins in the middle, right? Yeah, that's the only challenging thing. And I also pinned the wrong thing here, didn't I? Don't pin that. Pin the first one. Let me find a place. If I'm lucky, I can find... Yes, that shape is right here. I also have... Well, circles in blue and green are kind of far away. But it's right here. Yeah, let's just do it. Color extract... Oh, maybe we can find it in a better place. But having the right, like, base shape that has that one piece swapped out is already probably not super common. Unless they make a point of that specific shape being around a lot because it's in the logo, which, like, they could have done in the generation. You know what? I think I want to take advantage of what I found and just use it. Okay. So yeah, let's get blue and green here into a mixer. And that'll be cyan. We will get a shape extractor out. And we will paint it. I actually want... Here, let's change this. There we go. I want a second pipe of cyan because we're going to need to paint the base white. So one of these cyans comes across here. like that. And that is actually the only shape we need for this right now. And we'll bring it all the way down to like where this shape is. But we will also need to mine this up. And I will need to bring out more cyan. Which we are going to have to combine with red. And that will give us our white for the upgraded version of the shape. For now, though, trains. We have a train stop with a loader, and behind that, a little bit of rail. All right, that is a full belt of those coming through. It's going to take a little while for that belt to make it all the way down, but that's fine. Reach operator level 50. Achievement unlocked. 53, actually. I have a tab that's still locked, which is interesting. Do we think we have like 12,000 of these things buffered yet? I don't know. Probably, considering we have, yeah, a bunch of train stuff there. Let's turn this one off. And let's hook that one in. We are going to get some mixed stuff. I should do, well, whatever. There we go. As long as, yeah, we have a clean cut between the pink ones and the yellow ones, the train station will figure it out as it goes. And this is going to have to get routed over here somewhere shortly. I believe this one is going to want to come down here. Because this is already on level 3, right? Yeah. So what's going to happen is this shape will get stacked with this shape to make this shape. And then this, oh right, it needs to be painted white. Let me get that hooked up. We are no longer purple. Purple is out. Instead, white. Okay. So yeah, we're pushing the orange shape in. We've already got a bunch of them buffered in the train. I don't know how big each package is. It's not clear to me. Oh, here we go. Shapes per package, 360. And how many packages per train? 6. So that's like 2,000 shapes. 2,100. Okay. So that's like 5 trains need to go before we have enough delivered. Okay. That's fine. Oh, and this one should start running. Oh, just now. It has just now arrived. Beautiful. All right, that's the second train load. This will be the third. Up here, what are we going to need to do? I mean, not a lot, really. This just has to get... I keep expecting that to take me someplace else. All right, yeah, first we have to push this on pins, and then we stack them. And then we paint this white. But we already have the white paint, so that is easy. Yeah, all right. That's just about done. I can swap this one over. Let's put a pin on it. Pin level 1. There we go. This is going to briefly get sad about mixed belts, and then it'll figure itself out. All right, I think we've pushed enough of these. There should be a solid 2,000 floating through the system at this point. So the next step is we get rid of that. You're going on to level 2 already, right? Yes. And you're on level 3? Also, yes. Cool. So this comes up here. These merge. And we start with just level 1 and level 2. Yeah, like this. If we check, this should show... Yep. Our L1 and L2 is the shape we want, and on top of it is something we don't need. So Shift L1 to L3, and we can block the top. We don't need it there. And output that. That will be the next shape. This is what I remember being why I didn't play a ton of Shapes 2 in early access, which is the time to automate something versus the time waiting for... And, like, I could work on side jobs, but there's literally no point. Like, until this point, like, working on the side jobs, it was at least helping me parallelize and do more than one thing at once. I am now just kind of waiting. All right, I think this is the fourth train full, which will get us up to 8,000. Ugh. But I wasn't counting very closely. Now I'm not sure. Oh yeah, we didn't get a full train load, actually, because look at that. Why are we not getting full trains, then? Is something bottlenecked up here? That looks like a full belt in. Why is the train leaving early? Interesting. See, that one waited the whole way. Alright. Well, I'll let it fill up like one more train then before I swap production over to the next shape. And down in this one, okay, we are loading the correct shape now. And actually this train has it. But not a full load. Okay. I guess because it swapped between shapes while that train was waiting. So we need like 6 more train loads at this end before we are confident that we're ready to go there. But then it is just stacking the two shapes together, which is delightful, so... oh, good. Okay, this one is done after all. I thought I had longer to wait. I'm trying to, like, preempt the train loads here. Not always successfully, apparently. Shift to L2. And then combine with this one. And stack them. Yeah. Operator 56. I am in the top 1/3 of players. Oh, there we go. Top 29%. I imagine there is a range where I will move pretty quickly through where a bunch of people stop playing, and then I will hit a wall of whatever percentage of players is very dedicated, and I will not have the enthusiasm to to keep pushing. I think that is likely to be what happens. When do we get, by the way? Oh, Train Vortex delivery is 7. Okay, good. Perfect. That's actually perfect. Because this is like right about when we're starting to run out of capacity for just the 3 train stations that we're delivering, like bringing everything in on belts. And once we have the option to do things on trains, we can start to scale the shapes up even further, right? Some of the early operator shapes I think are getting kind of slow. But if we could, you know, run this 3 times as fast and shove it on a train, or 6 times as fast and shove it on a train with 2 storage cars, then that would be fantastic. All right. This one is... I just don't know if we're going to get up to 12.5 after just this train, or if I need one more train before I switch this over to the next. I'll let it do one more train full. I guess I can probably switch it now. There's plenty on this belt that are going to filter in. Yeah, and we're very close to 10,000 already. So I think even if this one is only like half full of that shape, it'll be fine. So that is... This all comes off. We do one more stacker without the shift. And... why isn't it showing me the shape as a prediction? Oh, there it is. Now it's showing me... Well, no, that's just showing me what's on the belt. It is very unhappy about that shape for some reason. Did I screw something up with it? Is it not consistent? It looks consistent. But it's not showing me... Did I build it wrong? Wait a second. No, U is just not colored, right? U is the default. Yeah, I'm just not getting a prediction. That looks like the right shape to me. And, like, I can send it out. I'm just not sure why I'm not getting a prediction. All right, we've got, I think, plenty of the Shapes logo job, so yeah, we just have to paint it white. Paint L1. And I think that will end up making the Shapes logos now. Yeah, well, here, let me claim the milestone, and now it's like, yes, you can do this. Which is what I was expecting this shape to do. My new shape here when I started loading it in. Oh, there's still purple. Oh, is that why it was having trouble? Because there was still some purple ones fiddling through. There should be no purple anymore, right? Like, that shouldn't be possible. Yeah, all of these are white painters. Okay. That might be the issue. Is it happy now? No. I don't want to have to wipe half the factory over here just to get it to detect the shape correctly. Ooh, that was some frames. Also, why is this one not running? Oh. That is bad. I don't know when I broke that, but it has been broken for a while. I mean, it's fine. That's an operator shape, so it's not blocking forward progress. Oh, and that's probably why it couldn't predict, because it didn't actually see the inputs. Aha. So now, yes, now we have our prediction. Okay, and it is the right shape. I don't know if this one is the old unpainted one or if this is the painted one. This is the painted one. Okay. So we should start to get that in as well. The other job shape. Woohoo! Deliver the Shapes 2 logo to the Vortex, and that was my 25th achievement, which is also an achievement. Look at the Vortex. So yeah, this side is saturated. All of these ones are fully saturated. Over here, I've only got one coming in, which is the Shapes 2 logo. But we're going to throw a couple more operator shapes over here as we go through the next couple of milestones. Well, really, just the next one needs to come on belts, right? Maybe I'll do 3 of them on belts. Well, we'll see what the numbers are and if it just gets annoying. Because, like, 90,000 is a lot to do without train deliveries. I feel like they really want me to pivot to train deliveries once I get them. So maybe I'll do, like, 2 levels with this one. Do this one at double scale of what I have been doing. That way it, we get to the train delivery faster. And at train delivery, it's like rebuild the whole base, right? That's... because that's a whole new level of... All right, well, I think I am gonna call it here for today. I don't really want to sit around and wait for these to finish, so, yeah, good progress through the milestones. I definitely need to find the right way to not just have to idle. Like, I feel like I'm rushing through the things, and maybe I just need to be building a bigger scale, but it's very hard to push bigger scale into the vortex right now. I mean, unless I shut down the other operator shapes. That is an option. To shut down operator shapes in order to push through higher scale of the new shapes. Because, like, realistically, do I need to keep making money right now? Maybe not. Anyway, that'll be next week. We should get at least to vortex delivery, and we'll go from there. I do want to try to finish classic mode, and then maybe we'll move on to manufacture mode. We'll see how it's going, see how I'm feeling. I'm still having fun with this. Like I said, I just need to figure out, and maybe the new tools like vortex delivery, I can build at a larger scale and not have to wait around for tens of thousands of shapes to deliver, because I've run out of speed boosts that I can buy in the shop. So, all right, thanks everybody for watching. We will be back tomorrow, Thursday, with Pyanodons, and Friday with the Minecraft modded Skyblock, and Shapes next Wednesday. If you found this on YouTube and want to watch me live, there's a link to my Twitch in the description. And I'll see everybody tomorrow.